Hello, hello. Good day, everyone. And we're back to work more on my programming language. Test. Hello, Nigel. And Penguin Operator. And C Program Lover. Hello, hello. Right. So like it was and Veldak. Yo, hi. Hello everyone.
Hello Veldak.
So
Hello,
yesterday I was doing the thing, right? And it seemed to not work. I think I know what the problem is, but I was trying to make the thing without using generics, and then it works. So there is a problem with like generics, but it's not like about generics. The problem is still the substitution. I didn't fix it properly yet. So, but I think I know how to fix it real quickly. So we'll see if I actually do that today or not. Yeah, let's actually go Vim. But actually, I need to do this first. Let's see what's the plan. Fix. We are going to fix substitution again, I guess. But the bug is like smaller and probably like going to be quick. Boop 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 boop. Did you solve that code? I'm going to solve it. Yeah. Right now. Oh, not so. Let's go near Vim today. So, here is the thing, right? Here is the thing. I was like writing this stuff, and it. Oh my god! Why is this a problem? This is a Neo Vim bug. You see this line, which is empty, for no reason. Why is it there? All right, we don't go Neo Vim, I guess, because of this stupid shit. Unless I reload it. And then it's not going to be there. I guess it's not there anymore. Fine. Linux has amazing interface. Linux doesn't have any interface. I guess technically. All of this is just some programs that we install. Okay, yeah, that works. Title, managing a game for Honest Jam. 9-inch nails, yeah? That's how the text-to-speech says hello to DevNinja? Alright. Hello, DevNinja. Okay, good, we need an explanation now. Explanation for what? What needs to be explained? Alright, Bedcop is trying to do the Honest Gem. We see our friends too. In and out, 20-minute gem. Nah, I'm not going to. Nah. We need to finish this language because, like, the advent of code is coming. You know, the winter is coming, and we need to prepare. I need the language to be ready so that we actually do the advent of code. It's so close. I just need to fix a small bug, which is right. If right now I'm trying to run this thing, it's going to hang. Why is it going to hang? Because if I go to substitution, once again, this is a substitution bug. I'm going to substitute it infinitely over here. Let's add some infos here. And there you go. There was just an infinite loop of substitution. Infinite loop of substitution. And by the way, wait, hold on. Right now, my language server is working. Which means that it's using... Well, first of all, why is there 3 processes? Is NeoVim launching more LSPs than needed for some reason? Because that makes 0 sense to me. But yeah, and then because it's working right now in the background, doing the same infinite loop, it's going to grow memory infinitely. And we're going to... Yeah, I need to, like, kill it. Or something. Yeah, for now we just work without the language server forecast. So I think what is happening here is that I think... So I'm doing the substitution, and then we're doing the substitution kind of like, not exactly in an async way, but like we are continuing the substitution potentially later, and when we're doing it later, this variable that I created here, the temporary, potentially was united with some other variable. So even although when we see this variable united with something else, again, it is supposed to be the same variable, but we're going to think that we never seen it before, because I am using the ID. The ID here for variables is the recurse IDs of variables, and recurse IDs, they are like when I'm merging 2 variables, when I'm uniting them, the ID, only one of them survives, basically, right? 2 variables, 2 IDs become just 1 ID. And so we can create a new variable, and we are going to forget about it, like, at all, or something. Who's Devian Vesdev, your teammate? Yes. They are my teammates. Guess who doesn't let you hang? I'm waiting to play your game. What are you waiting for? You can play it right now. You can play the demo right now. You can just download the demo on Steam. Yeah, so that's what's happening, right? We have variables. I am saving some information about them based on their ID, but their ID is changing, and we will think that I have never seen a variable, basically, and we can enter the infinite loop because of that. That's, I think, what is happening here. So how do I fix that? How do I fix that? Let's go to the inference base. So I think my variables, I want, like, follow msoft too. I want something which I want something like a map, right? A variable. Yeah, we have like a variable, and then I will have over here a module map. You know, so it's a variable map. The API, let's figure out the API first in the interface over here, right? So we're going to have module map, and the signature of that is going to be something like this. So there is type T, the map itself, and then there is going to be, I'm going to use yeah, so it's like a map, right? So we want to be able to add to a map a value, right? So add, and what's the key to the map? The key is the variable itself. This is variables. Yeah, and I don't care what variables they are, right? How do I make the signature for a functor? Camel functor signature. Because I need like generic maps, right? Like a set make, it's a functor. Oh yeah. So it's just, we just say functor. Okay, so map is going to have a module make, which is functor, where we have actually wait, we only need the functor based on the thing. Yeah. So we just can have map be in the generic type, right? The values that we store inside the map. Yeah. We can just do that. Over here we have the variable. Variable is whatever. We add the variable, we add the value corresponding to that variable to the map itself. And I'm going to mutate it in place. So I think something like this API makes sense. And then I want the function get, which is given the variable I want to, and given the map, we get back the value. Just simple like that. And also being able to create a new map, right? Create is going to be unit into AT, right? Something like that. Okay, that's the interface that I want. So now over here, I'm going to say, let's see. So the map itself is what? This is going to be ID map two values. That's basically it, right? Or, I mean, I don't know. By recurse ID, which is basically what I'm doing right now. Is this? This is going to be a mutable field because I'm going to mutate this thing in place. So then create is by recurse ID is ID map empty. And then I'm going to say that add variable, value and map is something where I just say that map by recurse ID, we're going to mutate that ID map add a variable recurse ID of the variable value, like that, and then get variable map this returns unit, by the way. So get variable map is going to be, so right now the implementation is this map by recurse ID map find opt recurse ID variable, which means that this thing actually returns a optional value back, right? There you go. So this is the current implementation, which is wrong. Let me just switch to this implementation for now, and then we fix it. So substituting the bindings, instead of using yeah, this is it, the subbed vars. That's what I was doing. Subbed vars. That's going to be just instead of hash table t, it's going to be inference variable map to object t, I guess. So instead of hash table add, we just do inference var map add, and over here we say inference var map add vars, and instead of id, I'm saying subbed temp get variable of subbed temp. No, subtemp is over here, and then this is not subtemp. This is the original variable. We just have the variable here already, right? The value subbed vars has type subbed vars is opt t this, but an expression was going to have type a inference var. Why? Oh, because the this thing is different. Yeah. From the hash table subbed vars. I'm just going to pipe this into that subbed vars pipe like this, and then instead of find opt here, we do, instead of find opt of the hash table, we do subbed vars we do yeah, and this over here also, visit count ID is also a different thing, right? I'm not going to use the recurse cache here, I guess. Instead we do subbed vars inference variable map get, let's call it find opt, finding the variable. And I mean, that's literally what I need to do in the beginning here. So instead of using the recurse cache, we are just trying to find the thing. If it doesn't find, then we do all of that. But if it is found, then we do this. Right? Now we don't use the recurse cache at all. And with subbed, it's going to be inference variable map create. Recurse cache create is not needed. So recurse ID is also not needed. This one is not even being used. And this recursed ID is just being used in order to print. Hello, next, man. Inference for a recurse ID of the variable. That. Now what's wrong here? Unbound value find opt. Yeah. So instead of calling get, I'm going to call this find opt for consistency with other things. Okay, so right now, in theory, this is not fixing the bug. But this is moving the implementation to this separate thing. And now we want to fix the bug. So this implementation is really small, right? They managed to get string interpolation in my language. I use C# style and it's awesome. Nice. I need to like get into string interpolation too at some point. I don't know what's this C# style. C#. It's been a while. C# string interpolation. Let's see. You use $, and that is interpolated string, and then you use the curly braces here. Okay, sure. I think I will do it differently though. We were talking about this before, but I think that my syntax for string interpolation is going to be this. So you know how you just can do normal strings, and you already have in your strings escape sequences, right? Like /n, for example, right? So why not just use the same like symbol, which is already a special symbol inside of a string, for string interpolation too? So what if I just do this / and then like brackets? I don't know which one make more sense, but I think like it doesn't even matter which brackets you use. And then over here you say like some expression, and that is literally the interpolation. Because this is already the symbol that is used for escaping. And interpolation of the string is literally you're escaping the string, and you're no longer writing the string, you're writing like the expression now, right? Does that syntax make sense? That's what I was thinking about. Curly braces. Yeah, but why should it be curly braces? Why not the round braces? What's wrong with round ones? Right now I'm using the round ones everywhere. I don't use curly braces anywhere. Maybe I will like come up with a special meaning for those. So round braces is just like normal parentheses which have expressions inside of them. I don't know. We'll see how I actually end up doing that. Maybe I will do that before the advent of code 2. We'll see. Although I think place expressions. I think I want to get into this today. Just like the curly ones, yeah. But the reason you like curly ones is because you are used to them in other languages, right? Other than that, is there any special reason? It's because other languages do it like that. That's the only reason, right? Which is a valid reason for sure. Is the game jam over? Which one? There's always a game jam going, I guess. The 20-minute game jam? I don't know. If Bad Cop is still here, maybe I should make the game already. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. I was never doing a gem today. You are just trying to bully me into participating in a game jam for some reason. Or is Nerdsel joining Bad Cop? Maybe it's a 20-minute game jam. No, 20-minute game jam. Welcome to Lisp. All right, yeah. Okay, so here's the problem, right, that I have. So we have a map. So I want to store something. I want to associate a value with a variable, right? But variables, the way I'm doing it right now, I'm storing I'm having a map based on the variable ID, but the variable ID changes when we do the unification of two inference variables. Because there can be only one ID, but when I unite two variables, which one of them, which is the correct ID, right? So I only save one of them. And because of that, I end up not finding the variable in the map. And we keep recursing forever. Nigel probably wants another rewrite. Rewrite time. Yeah. So how do I do this? How do I do this? I think there are multiple options. But one of the options is basically subscribing to the event that the variable is unified with another variable. You know? Yeah, subscribe to the fact that a variable is unified with another variable. So remember, and then once that happens, I'm going to update this map with the new ID. Right? So when I add a variable to a map, I say that current ID is equal to recurse ID of the variable, right? And then this ID can change. So I'm adding the current ID to the thing, but then I need to like subscribe. So right now we can subscribe to the fact that the variable is inferred, but we can also subscribe to the fact that it is united with another variable, right? So we have this thing called once inferred, but we want to have another callbacks list, which is on united. On unite. On unite, and I will give the callback. I will give the callback basically. What do I give it? A new variable data. Sure, of the united thing. I think that makes sense. On unite is empty list. On unite, empty list. When I unite, over here, this is the function that's called unite data. So now the data has been united, right? I'm going to similarly say that the well, I mean, on unite is going to be now empty list, I think. Because I'm going to on unite is data A once on unite and data B on unite. Data A on unite is empty. So we like don't do that, and then we just call all these functions. We just do on unite iterate function. We call each of the function using the new united data. So now when I add this thing, I'm going to also get data variable. Find root variable. That's what I want. I want to find the root of the variable. This is the data, right? Yeah, and I'll show you root on unite is I need to have like a new function here, which is like, so this is new data, right? Let's do this. Let let subscribe to let subscribe to unite is a function that returns that like does find the root variable here, and then on unite I don't know, let's do check unite, right? So on unite, well, I'm going to do another check unite, basically. Check unite, this is going to have the data. So I have the data here already. Data. Data. I'm just going to check unite by finding root of the variable to kickstart this. So this must be recursive. And then I say that basically if data recurse ID is not equal to current ID, it means that the ID changed. So what I'm going to do is map by recurse ID. I'm going to add the new ID. and the same value that I added originally. This over here is new ID. New ID is data recurse ID. One thing that I don't like about this is that this is actually leaking memory. Like, when I no longer need the map on the outside, I'm going to keep this map alive still this way. Like, I literally always keep this thing alive. By having this callback. But like, unregistering the callback is also weird. Yeah, but I guess it's fine. I mean, I was already leaking memory a lot. The following labels. What is this? Unite data? Yeah, in order to unite data. On unite. On unite. I'm going to ignore that too. And then over here, when I'm printing, on unite can also be ignored. Okay, let's see if this works. It doesn't. Shit. Okay. Well. Then it means that this was not my bug. Right. Well, let's do more logging. Substitute bindings. We're back to this thing. Beep. Beep. If you have an idea of how to, like, figure out the issue, let me know. I'm beeping. Switch to Windows is one of the options, but I don't want to do it. Learn type theory. That's not going to fix my microphone either, right? Learn type theory. Right. Do you know type theory? There is a lot of type theories out there. Did I learn all of them? Do you know all of them? Let's see here. With cache. This reminds me of the noise when you put a phone near a radio. I mean, I do have the phone nearby, but I don't think that's the problem. That's not the problem. There is no way. Like, I'm not using radio, I'm using an actual PC, right? Explain. Explain what? Type theory? But I don't know the theory. What's a monad? Alright. Newer phones are different. Yeah, I guess they are. All right, I want to log here something. I think maybe this. Substitute value shape. This seems like what I want to do. Yeah. So let's do this here. Log dot info. Log subbing. Value shape is this. And this is value shape print shape. Okay, so what am I substituting actually? Wait, it's not even recursing here. Oh, right, because it's substituting the type recursively, probably, right? I need to look at the types. Probably this is not the problem. Substitute type shape over here, this one. Substituting type shape is type shape print shape. Yes, let's do that. Okay, there you go. So I'm substituting type shape. Type shape is this, right? Okay, value is t. Left is empty or whatever. Yeah, this is looping for sure. This looks like it's looping, infinitely recursing. Can I like stop it like really quickly so that I can see maybe the logs that happened before I do that? All right, fine. Let's just see. This DE looks clean on my Nix. What is it? I'm using Hyperland. Window manager. Subbing type shape. So we have this, a left empty. And by the way, this is in my hello world, this over here, somewhere. I'm wondering in which, like, in which line exactly. Maybe it's in the update over here, or maybe it's in the node, or is it in the definition of the type? Like, one of these is broken. It actually seems like it's maybe this singleton because it says that left is empty or whatever else, right? It says empty or whatever else. And because it's empty or whatever else, it means that we don't know about the other things here, right? And that is happening here. Left and right are both empty only here. In other places, it is something else. So what's happening when I'm trying to yeah, I'm trying to like figure out the type of this. So since this is not inferred yet to be some concrete type, we say that it's empty and maybe like whatever else, right? We're using role polymorphism here. And then I'm substituting the type shape empty or whatever. Substituting the type shape empty or whatever. And then I'm wait, hold on. And then I'm substituting the t. So I think this successfully is being substituted. Maybe like let me show the result of substitution. Yeah, maybe I should show the result of substitution here. Let result be this. in result. And then I'm going to say subbed this into that type print result. Let's see what's going to happen then. So this is going to what's going to happen, right? So I was in the process of substituting the type shape, which is this. Substituting the type shape empty or this, because I was substituting the first field here first, right? That's what's happening. We go field by field and substitute recursively. And then we say value is t. So I'm supposed to be substituting that. And I'm not doing that. Well, I mean, the reason I'm not doing that is because that has already been substituted, right? Yeah. No, that makes sense. Wait, hold on. Why am I doing that then? Oh, wait, no, it says subbed. So it actually subbed successfully. So why am I doing that again then? Recursively. Or it's not recursively then. Okay, fine. Let result be this. In result. Subbed into value print result. Info. Let's do that. And let's also do this into cast log. No. Fine. Oh, into that. I'm going to check the file here. What's my day job? Well, I mean, I'm a programmer, I guess, too. Let's open the cast log here. Okay, so now I can see the log actually from the beginning. And this is something from the standard library. Right? Let's see when it starts to be recursive. Okay, somewhere over here. All right, let's see. Left is empty or node. Right is empty or node. This is the same variable. Okay. Okay, then I was subbed this into that. Oh wait, I subbed this into left is empty or node. Wait a second. Yeah, I substituted the thing where I knew the inner thing into the thing where I don't know the inner thing. Which is weird. Empty or node. And oh wait. No. Wait, yes. No, yeah. Into, yeah, over here. This is node and this is underscore, so it's not inferred. Because I was substituting the variable. Here. I don't know anything. Sub type shape T into T. Double this. Double that. Double this into that. Okay. Type shape. So this over here, this is the type of my node. This is type shape this. So this is the actual type of my node. Value is the only thing that is not inferred here. But then when I substituted this into the same, into the same thing. Into the same thing. How about, hold on. How about I do this? I want to know where the substitution is happening. Yeah, that makes sense to try to do that. Let's add back the traces. Instead, and I'm going to do on the outside over here when I'm substituting the value. So this is my result of substitution. And this is what I'm substituting. Like, I think what I want... Also, by the way, isn't this function completely not being used? Yes. Let's remove that. So this is my only, like, public API here, sub value. I want to give it the span also, so that I know where is this happening. Log info, sub value begin from this, at this value print value span print span. Okay, so now when I do the substitute value, I want to give it the span in addition. There we go. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay. Wait, there's no way. The substitution begins. I'm just substituting the type. Wait, what? At hello KS 29 line 29 57 2964. I'm trying to substitute this over here, and this is not doing it. But like, why is it saying that the type is type? Oh, because this is of type. Because the type of this is type, right? That's why. But like, if it, okay, hold on. That's very weird right now. Let's do info that the substitution finished. Yeah, it did finish. Wait, I am having infinite recursion in another place. Wait, where am I hearing the infinite recursion? Wait, what? Oh, wait. It's happening because I'm doing something like once inferred here. To understand what you are doing, have no idea what's going on. Wait, people actually use Nix? I thought it was a meme. I'm trying to make a programming language, C Program Lover, and I'm having a bug in the substitution. That's the same thing that I was doing yesterday. Yesterday I fixed a bug, but then there's still a bug, you know? Nix is not a meme. Yeah, Nix is not a meme. Nix is the way. People still don't use Nix? Not using Nix is a meme. What do you use? And how did you figure out that I use Nix? There is no Nix on the screen right now, right? Or by Nix do you mean Linux? Because I use Nix, as in NixOS and the Nix package manager. That's, yeah. Use Mint. Okay. Oh, NixOS in tags, maybe? Yeah, maybe it's because of the tags. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Nix is great. Nix is wonderful. It lets you be like it fixes things in place so that you cannot break them, you know. So this is Linux that is not activated. You need a 999 for NixOS. Is it harder than Arch? Harder to learn? Yes, Arch is very easy. Arch is very easy. Nix has its own programming language that you need to learn, which is lazy functional programming language. Dynamically typed. No. But I mean, technically, you don't like need to learn everything, but like you can use it without really understanding, kind of. Right, but when you hit an error and you try to figure it out, that's when it's painful. I actually suggest you stay on Arch. You probably live a happy life as an Arch Linux user, so stay happy and Stay on Arch. Yeah. Forget about Nyx. It's good, but it's also bad for your mentality or for your mental health. You live happier life with Windows. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's like why do you even use Arch? You could have just used Windows, and like you still needed to learn Arch, right? Wouldn't it be your life be easier if you just used Windows? That's true. Yeah, and also don't learn new programming languages if you have a job as a programmer, because you will realize that the programming language that you use at your job sucks, and you will hate your job. So don't learn anything ever if you are happy with where you are. Right? Just use JavaScript and PHP for everything. Is it possible to make programming knowledge language with zero theory knowledge? I mean, yeah. You can come up with your own theory, right? Like at some point there was no programming at all, right? So somebody invented it. So it was possible for that person who invented it, right? So you can reinvent the things yourself. He's lying. He knows some theory. Why did you just rat me out like that? What language do you write programming language in? I'm writing OCaml. You see it on the screen right now. It's like saying I can learn English without learning alphabets. All right. But yeah, there is like a lot of the things that are needed to write a programming language. They are not that difficult, right? Maybe like learning English without learning alphabets. It's not like the correct thing. I don't think that's the same. It's like, can you invent your own language that you can speak? If you don't know like a language, right? People invented the language like a billion years ago, right? When they first appeared or something. I don't know the history of how the English language was created, really. I'm not educated. I don't know the theory, you know. But like you just think about it really hard, and you know, and you come up with a language basically. English was written in C. Yeah, that's what I thought. Everything was written in C. That's a moonshot, but still possible though. Yeah, but like I'm saying that, like, I mean, yeah, but creating your own programming language, it's not that difficult. You know, not that difficult. There are certain things that you can put in your language that make it more difficult, but you can make a simple language instead of making a complex language. English was created by when multiple guys wanted to reach God, and suddenly people couldn't understand each other. What if that is why the third alphabet is C? The third alphabet is C. Alright, I need to like figure out where exactly is the problem happening. So, I guess it kind of makes sense that it's not here, actually. I don't know, like, a different way of figuring out what's wrong other than just staring at this code and trying to understand what can go wrong. However, you are making a harder language. Yeah, I'm making a hard language, for sure. Yeah, because the language that I want is the language that, you know, that's supposed to be good, not just a language, and that is difficult. Yeah. Maybe I need to log over here. Log. Variable was inferred. Resuming. Subbing. This. But I cannot print what it is because, okay, OCaml makes things difficult even to log things. I can just give it the ID, I guess. Have you tried core from Jane Street? I find standard library in OCaml very lacking. Yeah. No, I don't use... I don't care, really. I can write my own standard library. In fact, I have my own, like... yeah. I have my own, like, thing here, which I call STD, which is changing some things of the standard library of OCaml. But I try not to import dependencies. Really. But, I'm relatively new in OCaml, I guess. But, like, there's no need for me to switch. If I feel like something is lacking, I just try something myself. But yeah, I heard that there is other things, other standard libraries. They, Jane Street, they also have their own OCaml compiler, the OxCaml, with like a couple more features. Variable was inferred. I don't know. Let's make everything the infos now. Okay, here's my log. What is happening? Can I figure out what can be wrong here? So I created a new variable, 26447. Is this 26447 being... No, 26433 maybe. This was inferred. Resuming subbing. Subbing variable 26433. So this is like immediately. This is immediately. Yeah, so like it's not even waiting for anything to be inferred. The cast lore goes deeper than the current back traces. Yeah. I'm debugging this bug for like at least 3 days already, right? But like if I don't even fix it, I already tried. If I do this without generic types, then then the thing works. So yeah, I can work without generics basically, right? In the advent of code, if we have to. Do we have effects though? No, not effects. No effects. No. I feel like effects is. I mean, contexts are there. Yes, contexts are there, but they are not statically checked right now. Right? They're dynamically typed, just like effects in OCaml. So, like, I'm already using right now the OCaml, which is the language where we have effects, but they are dynamic. The type system is not enforcing them to be used correctly. So I have the same thing, and I guess I don't need them to be statically checked for the rewrite of the language in itself, because I'm already using the language which doesn't check it, right? So I can postpone that thing for later. I don't have the delimited continuations though, I guess is what's missing, but it's also relatively easy to add. This over here is the hard part. And I need to understand what's happening. What are they used for? I forget. For the pausing, for async stuff. For async. If you want to pause and resume later, then you need to save the continuation. And so they can run it later. And I need it because my language is async. My compiler is async, right? I need async stuff. Boom, 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 boom. I want to add some more things into printing of types, maybe. Print variable, this thing. Yeah, over here I want if true or it is recursive. Then I'm going to print the ID. So this way I'm going to see all the IDs ever. Right? So yeah, there we go. So can we see, like, over here, when I'm resuming the subbing of the variable 27924. 27924. Is this? Let's find 27924. So I was so this is a new variable that I created because I was typing variable 27911. I created a new variable. So yeah, okay, so this is the problem, right? I created a new variable and then this variable was inferred and I resumed subbing. But why am I doing that? That's never supposed to happen, because whenever I create a new variable, it should never be substituted, right? Subbed vars, I'm adding to the map, right? Created new variable, ID print, recurse ID of this subbed temp, right? This subbed temp. This is the thing that's supposed to be added to the variables here. Does it mean that I still have the bug in my inference variable map? Yo, Zeta Shore with a raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, hello. I don't think I have seen your name before. How are you doing? What were you streaming? Some gaming? C++ game dev? Nice. How's your game going? How's my language going? My language, I have a bug, which I'm trying to fix for like multiple days now, and it's like, it's difficult. But once the bug is fixed, the language is going to be in a very good condition, I think. And I plan to use it for the Advent of Code, which starts in 2 days, right? Just worked on your game and did a bit of C# learning. Nice. Yeah, so is your game like something that is like we can look at, maybe making a language to solve Advent with? Well, I mean, the language is made not in order to solve the Advent of Code. I am making a programming language for myself in general, but like, because there's the Advent of Code coming, it's a good thing to test the language on, right? Because like, it gives you some simple puzzles to solve, and if I can solve those in my programming language, that's good, right? But eventually I want to use my language to make games. I am currently making a game. You can see the trailer for my game on the top right corner. I'm currently making that in Rust, but yeah. Or to LeetCode. LeetCode is difficult. I tried LeetCode before. So the problem with LeetCode is in LeetCode you need to submit the source code, and the Advent of Code you need in the Advent of Code you just need to submit the answer, which is different, right? So in order to do the LeetCode in my language, I need to transpile my language into something that the LeetCode website can take, right? LangJam Game Jam, a 7-day hackathon where you build a programming language and then make a game using it. Yeah, but if I make my programming language before the 7-day begins, like, you must design and implement the programming language during that thing, right? I'm not speedrunning my language. I'm working on my language for a while now. JavaScript, as you already do. Well, I don't do it in this rewrite. So yeah, I would need to do it again. How do you do that so fast? Well, I mean, not every language is difficult. Like, you can create a simple language, like a simple. You can use any language engine, libraries, and technologies. So like you just need to use your programming language somewhere. Not everything needs to be made in the language, right? You define what a programming language is and what the game is. You must design and implement a game using your language. Like it's you like you can write your own like shading language, for example, right? Like for shaders, and write the entirety of the game like in anything else, right? Or you can like, I guess normally people would write a small scripting language like a Lisp, for example. You can make in a couple hours, and then use that for some simple scripting in your game. You do it with JS over Camel. That is impossible to like there are limits of how much you can submit to LeetCode, DevNinja. And I don't think I can submit the JS over Camel output. Yeah, but we do like game jams. I have not been doing a game jam in a while, but because I'm like busy with making my own programming language, but I've been doing a lot of game jams before in general. And the game that I'm currently putting on Steam was originally made for a game jam too. I have some things on itch here. Making a language that would be nice to use would take too much time. Writing the game in a simple language would take too much time. Need to find the balance. Hello, will this language support for unicorn emojis as variable names asking for a friend? Of course. How would you not support emojis? Does it not work right now? Have you tried? Have you tried that right now? Play castlang.org. Does it not work? It's a unicorn. Unicorn emoji. Copy. Let this be 1, 2, 3. Does that work? No, it's unexpected. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because it is treated as punctuation. You can have your own. Well, I mean, technically we can do this. We can do this. We can do at that. There we go. So this is a variable called unicorn. I just need to like escape it with the thing to make it a row identifier, I guess. Because I only allow letters, I guess, English letters to be in the identifier, maybe. This thing is called row identifier, which can contain anything inside, including emojis, I suppose. All right. All right, so I have a bug here. And once again, I don't know what's the problem. Let's keep looking at this log here. I was substituting. So yeah, I was creating a new variable, and then I was waiting for it to be inferred, which is completely wrong. That is completely wrong. The new variable is this, the sub temp. This variable is used. Wait a second. Never mind. Maybe I still have a bug in this inference variable map. Let's take a look. Maybe like, so we have this on unite, right? Oh, we have this thing where we can check unite. Which is adding this thing to the map. Maybe it's because these are different maps, potentially. Hold on a second. How about I do this? I will have the map ID too. Here. This will be ID is ID generate. Okay, and then over here I will say log info edit var map add ID to map ID. So this is ID print current ID print map ID, something like that. And then I want to also add this logging over here. So that's going to be not the current ID, but like the new ID. Oh, wait. But the current ID then is going to be like mutated. Well, I mean, it doesn't like really matter, I guess. I can kind of like always add this without an if even. Did you create a dry desert death world game? No. Dry desert death world is my playthrough of Factorio. I played Factorio, and I called the playthrough the Dry Desert Death World. If that's the question. I did not make Factorio, no. Unite. Unite. Also, how about I log when I unite two variables? What are the IDs that I'm uniting? Recurse ID A. Recurse ID B. Recurse ID is recurse ID A. Log info uniting vars this and this. ID print recurse ID A, ID print recurse ID B. Okay, let's take a look at the log again. So let's see, I'm substituting the variable 17065. And I was uniting variable. Wait, what? Uniting variables 17065? Oh, wait, no, and 17066. I thought this is the same ID. No, it's not. This is two different variables. Okay. And because of that, I added this to map that. Oh, yeah, and then I wanted to log over here. Then I was looking up in the map of this ID to our map find opt. And the print recurse ID var in map that. Okay, more logs. Okay. So I am trying to substitute the variables 10196. Because it was not found in the map 7021. It seems like the map... Wait, the map is different. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. How many different maps do I have? Seven 721. 721. There's at least two maps that are present in these logs, and we are doing the recursion because we are doing this. So we are doing this substitution in two separate places, and one place is making us do more work in the other place, and then we go back, yeah, back and forth between the two places. Yes. Yes, literally two places. Okay, that makes sense now why this can happen. But how? And what do I do about this? What do I do about that? This substitution is difficult. So what's happening is that I'm trying to substitute a variable, but the variable is not yet inferred. So we are delaying the inference for once the variable is inferred. And in the meantime, we are substituting that variable with a new variable, right? So we are creating a new variable in the meantime. Legrand Blue. Hello. Hi. Welcome. So if I have a... So I'm trying to substitute in two places at the same time. Substituting in one of them. I guess in the second place, when we try to substitute. Well, I mean, what are the two places that I'm trying to substitute, actually? Let's make this go back to trace. Go back to trace logs, but in the public API, I'm going to say info. I'm going to say info here. Begin. I'll just do at and at. I only want to know about the spans here and which ones are not ended. So begin hello 2957. This is ended. This one is ended. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, actually, no, this is not going to help me at all. Did I create my own parser? Yes, I have my own parser. I have a custom parser and I don't even know what the algorithm I'm using because I don't know any theory, right? But my language has extensible syntax. I am not even sure that any tools can do that. So like in my language, you can define a new syntax when you're writing your own program. Here's an example. Elixir does that. Yeah, but there is no tool like the parser generators don't do that. Right? That's what they meant by a tool. There are languages that do that. There are parser generators that allow you to extend themselves at during parsing. Nimble parsec. Okay, yeah, I don't know. What is nimble parsec? Hex docs. Parser combinator. Compose programmatically and compile to multiple clauses with binary matching. How do you extend this at runtime? Since they say that it compiles to binary matching. Because like dev parsec 3. What does that even mean? Dev parsec 3 is executed during compilation. This means you cannot invoke a function defined in the same module. You want something that's working at runtime, not during compilation, right? To define new parsers while parsing. Then a simple function. What simple function? All right. Anyway, I mean, yeah, maybe it's possible. I just don't know because I never, yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I never used the parser combinator library in my life. I have no idea. Which takes the combinator as input and outputs as other. Sure. Boom, 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 boom. Let's keep meditating over these logs. What do they mean? And how do I fix my bug? Oh my god. Like, I feel like I need dispense here. I feel like I need dispense of where am I trying to substitute the type, right? How about that? Sure. Let's say that get vars is going to give me not just the sub vars, but let's call it get context. And this is going to give me the context, and context is sub vars and span. Yes, that's what I want. Get context with context context context. Yes, that's what I want. So now over here we say that sub vars at span is perform get context. So over here I'm subbing var at, so now I can give it the span print span, right? And with sub it is going to be with context context, right? Let context be this context like that, I don't know, and then with context this and span subvalue with cache and okay, let's see the spans that we get here. Okay, so there's a bunch of variables, and yeah, I see exactly two places here. Okay, so hello for line 14, line 14, 39 to 46, which is like this thing, right? So I'm trying to, basically what I'm trying to do, I guess, is the unification of this type, which is the written result type here, and line 12. Line 12 is this line. 1325. What is 1325? It's this node data. Okay. These are the two spans that I have in my logs. What does that mean? So in these two spans, I was performing the substitution, right? Because this over here is a generic instantiation of the node data type, and this is the generic, this is the instantiation of the node t, right? So once I have substituted those, I'm trying to replace all the occurrences of t in node data type with the new value, which is t from this scope instead of t from that scope, right? And so while I'm doing that, then we have inferred something, and then we like go recursively between these two things. Would Hindley-Milner help here? No. Hindley-Milner doesn't help anything. Hindley-Milner is the I don't know. What do you mean would they help? How could that help? Um, I just have a bug, but I don't understand it fully yet. Helping with inference, so maybe it would be a good idea to read some docs about it. No, I don't think so. I think reading never gets is never useful. Every time I try to read theory, like no, it's not. No, that's not how you make a programming language, right? You don't make programming language by knowing all the theory. Making a programming language is practice. Leave the theory to the people who are writing books, okay? We are going to make a programming language instead. That's just involves finding bugs and fixing them. So that's what I'm trying to do here, right? What a great line to join in. Welcome, Absolute Vini VDH. Reading the theory improves the practical part. I don't know about that. Has it ever helped me? I don't know. No. I mean, sometimes for some things that I have done, I knew the theory before putting it to practice. Sure. But some things, I don't know. And like I'm not doing exactly Hindley Milner anyway. I'm doing a little bit differently, right? I don't know. I don't know what Hindley Milner is exactly, right? But I know that I'm doing something different. Okay. Because every language does something different. Rust is not Hindley Milner, and Haskell is not Hindley Milner. And OCaml is also not Hindley Milner, I guess, right? What is? Let's see. What inference algorithm is used in OCaml? It's based on Hindley Milner, but it's not Hindley Milner. You know? Yeah. Known as algorithm W? No, in Hindley Milner algorithm is known as the algorithm W. That's the thing. But that's not what OCaml is using. It's based on it though. I mean, we can say that my algorithm is also based on it, but it's not it exactly. We are doing unification. Right? Is a process of finding the most general common instance for two-type expressions. Actually, I'm not doing that. My unification means that the two-type expressions must be equal. That's all. I'm just solving equalities, I guess. That's what I mean by unification. I'm not trying to find the most general common instances or whatever. Oh, okay. Google, even ChatGPT, how? Let me just copy your message. It's thinking. Okay, it's actually Googling. Nice. OCaml uses a Hindley Milner style inference with important let polymorphism restrictions for letrec. Instead of a letrec, a function is treated monomorphically, so ordinarily polymorphic function is not inferred. The compiler, I mean, I do have the restriction of the let polymorphism too. I literally don't have it, so like, yeah, it makes it easier. Sure. Yes, what usually happens. Core engine or camel inference is basically in the Milner with practical adjustments for mutability, recursive definitions, and some other features. Generalization, making lead bindings polymorphic is blocked in some contexts. Yes, for me it's blocked for like everywhere. Polymorphic recursion requires annotation. Yes, mutually recursive and tricky types. Um, 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 how does it perform? Substitution in presence of a recursiveness. Since I can't always know if the thing I'm substituting is inferred, so whether it actually should be substituted or not. It does not blindly substitute. However, Nebel substitutes a recursive identifier with a generalized type variable. Inside a lat track, the binding type is treated as a single monomorphic placeholder until inference finishes. The placeholder is a mutable slot, a unification variable, not a full type scheme. Well, I mean, that's what I'm doing anyway. Like it never helps me. It's just yeah, that's what I'm doing. During the recursive definitions, I'm creating a placeholder. That's what I'm doing. Kind of don't like row polymorphism. Would rather have nominal ADTs. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe row polymorphism I'm going to. I mean, I will need it maybe in some other places, but it seems to lead to bad error messages. So I think we will just do nominal ADTs, just like you say, so that the error messages don't suck, you know. What's row polymorphism again? Keep forgetting. Structural typing, I guess, is the same thing. Like, it's not exactly the same thing. Row polymorphism versus row polymorphism versus structural typing. Is that different? Structural typing determines type compatibility based on the structure of the type rather than an explicit name or declaration. And that's like the same for row polymorphism. Row polymorphism is a more advanced form of structural typing. Yeah, I guess. Where your rows or you can be polymorphic over like this thing or whatever. But it's basically structural typing, yeah. Right. So I have two places where I am have started the unification. After that, something was inferred and we entered the infinite loop. And how do I fix that? I have no idea right now. But why is it even happening? Hold on. Hold on. Let's do it again. Let's add more logs where I'm substituting the like I have a feeling that it's because I'm like over here, right? For example, a role inferred, this also creates a new variable. Or like, I don't know, maybe something like that. This creates a new variable, which I then try to infer again. So all of the variables that I'm creating here, all of these new variables that I'm creating, I need to always add to the thing, to the current substitution context, so that I don't try to substitute them recursively. Maybe that's what I do, you know? Like I have this like inferred things, right? Dot inferred, right? So this creates a new inferred value, which creates a new variable, which I potentially will be substituting later, but I should not. Okay. Let's try doing that, actually. Let's do this. I'm going to do that. Let type, I guess in this case, is this. And I return the type, but then effect perform get context. Let subvars and span be the context, and then subvars inference a variable map add type variable to be equal to type. Right? So whenever I try to look this, I just get this back. Okay, let's see if this just fixes it. What if this is all that I need? It's not. Okay. But maybe if I do this in other places too. Let me do the info logs here. Right? Because I'm substituting type shape these, right? Yeah, so like it's a tuple thing and then the row. Have you tried the Imarina AI site? I don't know why, but it feels like the models on the ChatGPT and Claude sites it perform worse than on Imarina AI. No. Is that an ad? At chat, have you had a similar experience? Who says at chat? Who even says at chat? If not an AI. Are you an AI? Chef Chinsky? Do you have AI viewers? You don't use LLMs like at all? Do you just use Google? Do you turn off the Google's AI feature when you search stuff? I'm kind of addressing the whole chat. All right. You're not AI after all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use AI that much. Like, I just look things up sometimes. I'm not a heavy AI user. I don't really see much difference between the results that ChatGPT or like Google's AI or I don't know, like DeepSeek gives me. I don't care too much. I'm just trying to look up things sometimes. Doo-doo-doo-doo-dum. Literally had to make an account on ChatGPT a week ago. Now you can delete it. Somebody made you to use ChatGPT. Someone forced you to use AI. What do you mean? You had. All right. Yeah, like I don't really like hate AI, but at the same time, I don't really care about it too much. Um. But yeah, the eMarina. Alright, let's look it up. An open platform for evaluating AI through human preference. The website uses cookies. Yes, security verification. Please complete this quick check to continue. I'm a human. I already accepted the cookies. Find the best AI for you. Is it just a website that uses all the AIs and then chooses the best answer? Compare answers. What do you mean this works better than ChatGPT? This thing uses ChatGPT. And all the other things. Right? Hello world 5335. Hello, hello. This is a bot, right? I don't know. Probably not. No, I don't think it's a bot. They're replying to me, right? Can AI do this yet? Can AI watch streams and reply to streamers already? In chat? Bro, I'm not a bot. We're not talking about you, hello world. Hi. AI is already making politically motivated tweets, of course. Of course, they can watch the stream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. There's only limit that I noticed. There is limits of the latest Claude Opus thinking model. I'm bot. Oh, there you go. Ivchinsky is a bot. They bots plus to chat. Oh no, we're being attacked. There is going to be another bot. Do I ban them? I don't know. Maybe they're joking. I know, yeah, you can interact with your terminal GUI, like literally click things. Recipe for baked potatoes. Let's see how quickly they answer. What am I trying to do? Hold on, I'm being distracted. I'm having a bug. Let me do this for the row substitution over here, right? Instead of saying row inferred, I will say inferred. I will say just inferred. And we're inferred span Value is a role inferred span value. But I will say that let result be this in result, and then we do say that let what am I building? Is there documentation? I'm building a programming language. Yes, you can see it on the website there. But you can ask some questions in chat if you want. I'm currently fixing a bug, and after that maybe I will be able to show more. But the bug is taking time, you know. But I'm making a programming language, and we want to use it to solve the advent of code, which starts in 2 days. The latency is crazy. It must be from waiting for all 10 chatbots to reply. Well, I mean, that's how it works, right? It's wait for 10 chatbots to reply, and then it chooses the best answer. That's what it's doing, right? Using another AI, right? Wait, but how? Okay, so, but how do they actually choose the best reply? Which AI do they use? They should ask all of those 10 AIs, and like they should ask each of them which of the replies is the best, right? But then which one to trust? Which one is the best? Only if the majority agrees, and if the majority doesn't agree, then we ask again. The democracy voting of AI agents. Or do we make a distributed network of LLMs? All right. I'm just going to try to focus on my thing here. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to say that subbed bars and span is fact form get context, and then subbed vars inference var map add result var object wrapper result. Oh hi. Let's see if this stops the infinite recursion. It does not. So once again, I'm creating the new variable here. This is the placeholder. When we are trying to like substitute the recursive things, we first substitute it with a placeholder. Right? And what's happening here, and then we're trying, and then we should never substitute it because that's already the result of substitution, but we still do that. But why? Let's see over here. This variable 54960, right? I have created it over there. And then I tried to substitute it. Wait, hold on. I want to know where I created it, right? So created new variable, also at span, right? Something like this. Span print span, right? So I guess what's happening. What's happening? My NeoVim broke. Wait, I cannot. I couldn't close it. Did I recall the memory yet? Not really. Best NeoVim experience. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think VS Code would also crash with this many logs. Yeah. Let's just work in terminal, I guess. Oh, but how do I search in terminal? I don't know how to search in terminal. Let's do this. And then open the log. In Helix, because why not? Yeah, so I create, let's see, I'm substituting the variable 47322. So I created it over there and I'm subbing it over here. So I created it on line 12, but I'm substituting it on line 14. Now that makes sense. Kind of. So, but how do I fix it? How do I detect two substitutions happening at the same time? Let's see. So we have a hello. Okay, yes, over here, right? Line 12. Once again, this is this node data, right? Node data. And then line 14 is this over here. Is this. So these two spans, I'm doing the substitution is in these places. The node is this type, which is an empty or node, and the node data is this tuple type, which is why that's what we're seeing. Although actually that's not what I'm seeing. Because over here it says substituting type shape, left is empty or whatever. And right is empty or whatever. And this is two different variables. And are these variables, yeah, and these variables are also different in the previous substitution, by the way. The reason this type is being inferred, empty or whatever, is because this left here is just empty and we did not assert the type. Okay. All right. So, so what's happening? Oh, wait. So what's happening is that this is the result thing, right? Node T. The result, the node T over here. This is a generic. So generic instantiation first is being assigned to a new not inferred variable, and then we all only like actually assign it to the body, to this empty or node, when like this is properly evaluated, right? And before that we can unify this variable, this result, with this. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. What does that even mean? I think I'm trying to substitute. Basically, I'm trying to substitute not the expansion of the generic function node, right? Which is returning a new type, but I'm trying to substitute the type of this expression in the body of the function singleton. Does that make sense? So here's what's happening, right? Let's see. Let's do something professional like open paint. And let's see. So we have we have a generic function, right? Generic function takes argument t and returns like a new type, right? So whatever is the definition of the type, let's call it x, right? And then in some other place, I'm trying to call this generic function, right? I mean, this is a generic type. Generic type is just a function that takes type and returns a new type, right? So that's what we're doing. But we're not doing this immediately because of the recursiveness and stuff, right? So before actually evaluating the result of this function, we are saying that the result of instantiating the generic is some unknown thing, right? And then we need to basically substitute all of the occurrences of t in the definition with the actual argument that we supplied. But since we don't know the value yet, we are waiting for this to be inferred, right? But what does it mean waiting for it to be inferred? It can be inferred in multiple ways. First way is actually finishing the instantiation properly and like evaluating this thing over here. And the other thing that can happen is that I can unify this variable, which is unknown, with some other thing, because that's how type inference works. We're like trying to unify things in places, right? And this means that I'm trying to substitute this other thing instead of this thing. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Explain like I'm 5. Well, I was trying to. I probably did not do a good job. But which part do you not understand? Which part do you not understand? So I'm making a programming language, right? We have a problem right now with generic types. What is a generic type? So in my language, generic type is basically just a function that takes type as an argument and returns the type. Right? That's what I'm saying. And and then unification is like the part of the inference. But then when I'm substituting, I'm waiting for the thing to be inferred. But what I should do is I will need to wait for the generic instantiation to... What's a type? Wait, what's a type? That's a difficult question. Well, the type is what a value can be. It's like the restrictions that you put on a variable, I guess, right? So, for example, a string is a type, right? Or, I don't know, like, I don't know. What's a type? The type is like the set of possible values, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what a type is. What's a value? All right, we're going too deep now. I don't have answers to your questions. I don't know the theory, all right? Okay. So I feel like the thing that I should do is something like this. What's an L value, R value? Yes, L value, R value. That's the next thing that by the way, on my to-do list. By the way, this place expressions. This is L value stuff basically. I'm just going to call that place expressions just like Rust does instead of L value, R value like C++. But yeah, that's also on the list. Okay, so I think what I want is so the problem is instantiation of generics. So I'm to look for instantiate function, which is part of my interpreter over here. Wait, look how wonderful the syntax highlighting for OCaml is in Helix, by the way. I guess it's because, yeah, it's because of the new syntax of the OCaml 5.4. I updated that for Vim, but it is not updated for Helix, I suppose. Okay, I cannot use Helix. Let's go to VS Code. Whatever. What's instantiation would be the next natural question. Instantiation is like calling a function, basically, but a little bit different. Yeah. Because like I said, the types, the generic types are just functions that take type as an argument to return a new type, right? But there is a couple of small differences between generics and functions, I guess, for me. Well, first of all, let me make sure that my cast language server is not working. Okay. And then, so I want to go to interpreter common, instantiate. So this is my generic instantiation. And what I'm doing is I am creating the new not inferred value as a placeholder of the generic instantiation. This is a placeholder, and then I'm returning a placeholder. Let's call it placeholder. And then placeholder is being replaced with an actual value when I have evaluated this in a separate like thing, thread or whatever, beep. So I need like a different mechanism here, maybe. Maybe I need a different mechanism from like instead of saying that this is expect inferred as, this should be something different. This is unification of the variables. But that is a different thing. Although, like, does it even matter? Does it even matter? Does it even matter? Does it even matter? Even matter, does it? So the placeholder variable gets overwritten by the new value. Yeah. I don't know, like you're asking questions, but explaining what's happening here right now is not that easy. I'm sorry about that, but that's basically what DumbGPT told you. What did it tell me? I don't remember. This program is a little more complex than Hello World. Yeah, just a little bit. It told me that I should not be substituting the not inferred variables. That's what I was doing. The font that I'm using is Monospace. Yeah, we have a font command and it works. Indeed, as Ricky. Like, so, okay, let's try a simple, like, example code. This is the hello. That's what I was trying to do. But let's try writing simple code here. So I have a generic, right? I have a generic foo, which is a generic over type T, and this is a type where I don't know, field X is of type T, right? So that's how we write generic types in my language. currently. And then let's say that we have a function foo, which is a generic function which takes nothing, and it should return the foo t, right? And then the definition of the function is just that x, or I guess let's have like x of type t here, so that x is equal to x, right? Which we have as the argument here, like something simple as this. So what's going to happen is that over here, I'm trying to instantiate the generic. Instantiation generic foo means evaluating this expression. It doesn't happen immediately. So let's pretend that it's not done yet, right? So we replace this for now with a placeholder, with an underscore, right? Let's just say that this over here is like a. I don't know. Yeah, let's just write this here. So like a is an underscore for now, right? Because this is not evaluated yet. What's a generic type? From Java documentation, a generic type is a generic class or interface that is parameterized over type. Yes, this is not Java though, but yeah, it's similar. So we start with this being underscore. And then, basically, because we have compiled this function, what is the function? This function's body. Let's also make sure that this variable t and this variable t are different. Let's call this u, I guess. Right? So what's the type of the body of this function? We return a thing where field x is of type u, right? So we know that now the result of the function r is where x is of type u, right? Because that's what we return from the function. And because we return that from the function, we're saying that a is equal to r, right? So a is equal to this now, right? And then because this is known, now I'm trying to do this substitution of the bindings here. So I'm trying to replace all t's with u's here. Is that wrong? And what's going to happen? So foo is a function of function foo. What? I know about languages with lazy evaluation, but after looking at this, I have evaluated that I am lazy. Yeah. No, foo over here is a function that's returning foo. This foo is a type, and this foo is a function. I guess this is generic type, this is generic function. In this case, I don't know. Technically, this is exactly what we want to get as a result, right? But what we wanted to do is I wanted to wait. Wait, no, that's not what's happening. That's not right. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me look at this instantiation again. Because I'm having a placeholder and a placeholder. And this is the evaluated result. No. That's not actually what's happening. I'm actually calling the function. Which is actually doing that and doing substituting the bindings there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, never mind. That's not what's happening. Alright, so I still don't understand my bug. No, this looks like everything should be fine. Maybe if no one else says the bug is not real. What background knowledge do we need for this? Well, to fix the bug, you kind of like want the knowledge of what have I written here, and I guess no one possesses that knowledge except for me. Right? If you go to your terminal and type Claude and then ask it the same question, it will change the code for you. Cast in general is something like Haskell or Rust. Yeah, I guess. Not yet though, right? Right now, I mean, yeah. In general, all the languages are the same. Are similar, I guess. Not same. All right, maybe I should like try for half an hour more, and if I cannot fix it in half an hour, I'm just going to like ignore this bug and work without generics or something. You have no idea what's that. Haskell and Rust are other programming languages. Yes. You know a bit of Python? All right. So in Python there are also generics, which also syntactically are kind of very similar, but I don't know, I guess maybe you don't know Python enough. In Python you have like type ascriptions, right? Do you know what that is? When in Python over here you say that you have a function greeting which takes name, which is a string, right? So you asked what a type is earlier. So that's an example of a type in Python, I guess. This might be a little different from Python. Yeah, well, I mean, technically, my language is not that difficult from Python. It's just it has more like types, but other than that, it's like actually closer in some way to Python than it is to Rust, because it is an interpreted language, right? Very similar to Python. You can define types in Python while it's being interpreted, similar to my language. So like, you know, it's kind of similar. Like you have types as values in Python too, I guess. Effect continue. Hold on. Do 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 do. Nerdsoul, can you fix this bug for me, please? Can you like quickly figure out my code and like fix the bug? I just need someone who understands my code. And that's definitely not me, right? Apparently. I feel like when could you show how to replicate the bug again? Maybe we should try to come up with like the minimal example that's replicating the bug. That's maybe a good idea. But this code is doing the infinite recursion currently. So maybe like I should try to minimize it or something. Sure, let's try that. Cast examples hello. Right? And yeah, we do this. So this is doing infinite loop currently. Let's try removing this last part. That is still buggy. Okay, let's remove this part. That is still buggy. Let's remove this part. I think that's not going to be buggy anymore. Okay. Let's go back. Let's try something simpler now. Let's try to remove value count and priority. Value count and priority. Remove that. That's simpler now, right? Let's make only one field here instead of two fields, right? Yes. Okay. Still buggy. Let's try to get rid of the row types here, right? So of the variant types. And let me just say that node as a type is equal to node data. Literally. Right? Okay. This doesn't work. Wait, I cannot really do that, right? I cannot do that. Unless I do an underscore here. Okay, but this... Oh, okay, this still is broken. Okay, nice. How do you stop it from infinite looping? Yeah, I'm just doing Control-C right now to kill it. Okay. So this is the minimal example. Maybe so like we have node type, which is right now just equal to node data type. Can I maybe get rid of the node type completely and say that this is node data and this is node data and like remove this altogether? Wait, look at this error, by the way. It says inference error. This is not equal to that, even although the things that are not equal are literally the same. Right? Like this and this is literally the same. Oh, it says infer value based on type. It says fake. Maybe this potentially is just another bug, though. Like, because like this and this looks literally the same, right? And yes, and that's because of inference of values, I think. Maybe, let's see, inference implementation. Maybe it's because we see the equal sign here and not a colon sign, which means that this is a value and not a type. Yes, it's a value tuple, so it's unite value shape. If I have a tuple, we have a to do here. Yes, so that's how it's failing. Okay, let's fix this to do here to see if it's still. Yeah, this is not type inference. I mean, it is inference, but in that case, the thing that failed was the value. It was not a type. Values can be like it's values, like types are values, but values are not necessarily types, I guess. So we can infer more things than just the types. But there is a to-do here, so let's fix this to-do. If we have a tuple is A, and then we have a tuple which is B. Otherwise, if we have a tuple and anything else, then we fail. But over here, we return a tuple where tuple is tuple zip order A. AB tuple map function AB into A. Zip order A. This expression has type zip order A. This gives me this tuple map, tuple. This is value tuple field tuples. Zip order A. Gives tuples, gives a tuple of that. Okay, so this actually is A comma B. Right? That's the problem. Okay, so and now we want to actually unite these things. So these are two value tuple fields, and we need to return a new value tuple field. And what even is that? We have a value, a span, and a type field. Okay. So value is a value is unite value, a value b value, unite value. Also needs a span, right? Span is going to be a span, so I guess we lose the span of B in this case, but that's probably fine. And then type field is unite unite type what's a type field? Type tuple field. Type tuple field. Let me see at the type tuples. This over here. This is the function that is called unite type tuple field unite type tuple field is function and into that. Okay. So do I get to try that the language is compiled and that's why it has type inference? Compiled is not necessary. You can, for now, it is an interpreted language with type inference. There is not a lot of languages which are interpreted and being inferred, I guess, but there are. Because usually when you do type inference, you have enough information to do the compilation, I guess, right? I don't know. But yeah, the compiler is is planned, but for now we don't have the compiler. Only the interpreter. Dun, 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 dun. I want value tuple over here. This is going to be unite type tuple field span A type field B type field. There you go. Yes? No? This function is applied to too many arguments. A, B. Function AB into unite this AB. There we go. I want. Okay, let's see what's going to happen now. That's one to do. Wait. Okay, so this works. Okay, nice. Let me commit this anyway. Not substitute. This is inference. Okay. Inference for value tuples. Okay, but this does not reproduce the bug anymore. So is the bug because I have two recursive types like this? Right, because this is node and node is node data technically, right? So we have this in two places and this makes it recursive. So this, maybe the bug right now is because I have two mutually recursive types. Okay, this is so far the minimal example. Every time I think I get somewhere, there's a new term. Yeah. So static types means types are checked before it's executed. Yeah, I guess. So like it's like, yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be compiled. But before we are interpreting, we are checking the types. Yes. Before running the code, we check the types. Yes. Yes. That's I guess the correct thing. Say. Can I minimize this example any further? I don't even need to do that. Not that it changes anything. So it's because this is two mutually recursive types. Maybe I can just do that this is equal to node T. So this is two types that are equal to each other. Right? Two types that are equal to each other. And we just say that the value is whatever, underscore. We just return underscore here. It literally doesn't matter. This works though. Okay. So I need to have a field. Does it need to be I can do it an unnamed field. I mean, this is the same thing though. Doesn't really change anything. Field. What are the options? This is the tuple with a named field, but we can make it something else. We can also try to make it a row like a variant type. You know. Ooh, or let's just say node, and this will be node underscore, and this is the same. Okay, so I mean, yeah, it is similar. What are the other ways I could do that? Yes, mutually recursive types. Yeah, so the problem is mutually recursive types. I fixed recursive types. Are they kind of because of the equi-recursion thing? Yeah, I guess something. Like, it's equi-recursion, whatever. We have infinite recursion right now, right? Or I mean, I don't know. Like, how is it different from a single recursive type? Technically, I don't know. Why do you want to support this? Well, this is me trying to minimize the example, right? The original code was not exactly this, but the types were mutually recursive still. Mutually recursive types are useful for sure. This is just the minimal example, which, I mean, maybe this specific example doesn't make sense, yes, because I tried to minimize it so that it's small. Right? Also, how about, like, because this is type, but I don't need this to be type, technically, right? I can just say that node is node data, but that is the same thing. Right? That doesn't matter, really. That doesn't really matter. And then if I don't have this function, then it also is not a problem. But is it a problem? Like, I don't need this to be a function, right? Or do I? I just do something like so if I say just node node underscore, for example. Okay, and that already is breaking it. Okay, that's more minimal example. Okay. That is another minimal example. But this has to be there, yes. Okay, this is pretty minimal. Maybe that's what I should be looking at. But I think that field is more minimal. It's like, yeah, because the variants, they use the row polymorphism, and this one doesn't. The recursive type meaning it is itself. It doesn't mean that it is itself. It means that it contains itself, right? So, for example, like I was trying to do a tree, right? What's a tree? Data structure. You have nodes which can inside of them contain other nodes, right? So yeah, and that makes it a recursive data structure. Okay, there we go. So this is a problem. Let's try to see what's happening here. Yeah, binary trees is I was specifically trying to do the binary trees here, yeah. Okay, that's why we had the field left and field right. The left subtree and the right subtree. Okay, so what is happening, right? What is happening? Where does it say left? It doesn't say so anymore. It was saying that before, previously, but I'm minimizing my example that's reproducing the bug. List string. Yeah, list string is not really recursive. That's not recursive, no. Okay, so what's happening? I'm substituting the variable over here. Field is of this type. Recursives have to be a function, right? Only when it's called, it's recursive. Well, in this case, we have recursive types, so not exactly. If you want to learn about programming, though, Hello World, I'm not sure if like, because I'm not doing a tutorial for programming here. There's probably easier ways to learn programming than watching me fixing bugs in my own programming language. But feel free to stay if you're entertained or something. I don't know. It just feels like you are just learning programming, right? Learning through doing works for me, actually. Yeah, but like, you learn through doing some simple stuff first. That's the thing, right? You don't learn programming by trying to create your own programming language. That's not how you learn programming, no. I don't think so. I think you need to learn programming before making your own programming language. Do a Floyd cycle detection thingy for your inference code. My inner lead code solver has spoken. Yeah, this stream is just a little too advanced for beginning programming, I think. I'm trying to I'm trying to not use too fancy terms. Like, I don't know the theory myself of what I am doing, right? But still, it's a little bit too advanced. I'm trying to explain things in simple terms instead of using some nerdy words like monads and whatever. But yeah, I don't know. If we want to make like I do want to make my programming language like approachable by beginner programmers, yes. But yeah, I'm not really trying to make my stream approachable by beginner programmers, maybe. And I don't even know how to do that. Monads are like gonads, probably. Floyd cycle sounds like graph theory. Do you know graph theory? Do you know math? But you are only learning programming? Something? But yeah, it was a graph program. Graph. Did you know if they know math? No, I asked if they know math. All right, let me think here. So I'm trying to let's do this to the log, and then open the cast log, right? Okay, there you go. So we start so this is all the standard library being parsed and stuff, and then at some point we go to the infinite loop over here in the hello. So what is the beginning at the hello, right? So first I try to this is all that's all the lists, right? Empty or cons. Yeah. So then we go to examples hello. Can I like select the file and like line and like go there somehow in VS Code, by the way? Go to like, can I go to file and line at the same time? Is there such a thing? Like, I cannot click this because this is not in the terminal. Only if I put it in the terminal. Like, I feel like there should be a command in VS Code. Is there a command like that in like Vim, for example? Helix has it, like a command. Um, is there like a command in VS Code where I can select file line column in editor and go to that location? If you just control click the text, it looks like a path. If it doesn't detect it as a link, slap it into your settings. Editor links true, but it doesn't detect it. Is this a setting? Editor links? Links? Controls whether the editor should detect links. I have this, and I cannot click it. You ChatGPT? What's wrong with ChatGPT? If I was searching this using Google, it would take 10 times more time. What if I say over here file? Then I can click it. But it should be like I can actually click it if I detect it as a link, right? But then it needs like to be the full path. Otherwise it doesn't detect it. Why is it so passive aggressive? My ChatGPT? I don't know. Because you know, there are people who hate AI, and in case of me, it's AI that's hating me, I guess. You know, for some reason, maybe like if you don't hate AI, then AI hates you back or something. I don't know what's happening. No idea. This code has Copilot extension. Yeah, I know. I don't use it. Anyway, it's just like a little annoying here. I guess I can open. I can open the hello KS here, right? Yeah, let's do something like this. So we start as hello line 6. Line 6. Column 18. Can I see the current column number? I have so many things in my like bottom thing. Subbing variable, create a new variable. Okay. So that happened. Then we begin this. At line 4. This thing. Okay. Then this thing ends. Then we begin substituting on line 8 this thing, and then it ends. Then I begin 6:18. This thing. Why is this happening? This happening again because Because now I am evaluating this thing with t equal to this underscore. So like I'm doing this again. That makes sense. And then it ends. And then I'm subbing at 8. Now that is something that does not make sense, though. That is something that does not make sense. At line 8, from the first to the last character, so like this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So literally this thing. This thing is being substituted twice. Which does not make sense, I think. Oh, wait, no, it does make sense. Because first, I substitute during compile time and then during runtime, maybe. Because I actually run the program. Maybe. Let's instead try something like this. Let underscore, which is type node equal underscore. Try this again. 6, 7. Okay, let's see it again. So line 8 is what I'm looking for. Line 8. And it still does it twice. It still does it twice. So it beginned and then it ended, and then it beginned and then it ended. Oh, wait, no. This still makes sense, because even in this case... Okay, this still does make sense. Because this over here is still is an expression. This is a type expression, so I still want to figure out the type of this expression and assert that the type of this is type. Okay, yeah, my generics are weird a little bit, maybe. Let's keep the old version. Google Play music on stream, and he finally writes a synth in cast. Was champ? Yeah. Maybe. But we need to fix this bug first. Another 3 hours where I didn't achieve anything. What do you guys think? We can do a prediction. Start prediction. Let's see. Will I solve this bug today? Yes, easy clap. No. Finally I can lose by points. No. Alright. 30 seconds. Maybe I should have given you more time. I don't know. Did you bet all your points? Who? Somebody bet on no? Wait, how can I see the... Can I not see the prediction anymore? Oh, I can. 10,000 versus 22,000. There's 32,000. That was Devninja. Devninja voted with 40,000 points. Devninja is not a believer. He thinks I will never finish my language. All right. Subbing type shape. So what's happening again, right? We go to line 8. I do substitute twice because first time we were just trying to figure out what's the type. Right? So that's what we're doing. We're substituting the type shape type. Right? Yes. I want to look at line 8. At line 8, so like the first time I was doing the type, so we don't need to look at that. And the second time is the real instantiation.
The deadline for when the bug should be resolved.
I said today, right? In the thing. The deadline is today. I guess for me today ends I guess for me today ends in 40 minutes, right? Maybe. Or we can just see until the end of the stream. I'm not sure. Which one did I mean by today? No idea. Okay, so line 8. The second time over here, right? So we begin. We begin the substitution. Okay, let me increase the logs back now to try and understand what's happening. Right? Subbing value and at equal from this to that, right? So value print value value print a result. Let's try that. Okay, this is a little bit more logs, but now I need to look. Okay, this. So this over here, from type to type, that makes sense. And then second time over here, so I ended the substitution. So I went from type, where field is a known variable, to I substitute to type, where this so okay. So we replace the field variable from being one ID to being a different ID. 6267, because I created a new variable here. Okay. Let me add one more thing to my logs. When I substitute type shape over here, substitute type shape at. Oh wait, yeah. I know the span, right? I know the span. Yes, the span doesn't need to be fake anymore. I can say that sub vars and span is effect perform get context. There you go. Now I can actually have the proper span instead of a fake one. At span. What causes recursive types infinite recursion to get stuck? A bug in my current implementation. I'm trying to look for it and fix it. Okay, the first one, which did type into type, and the second one over here. Okay, so what's happening here, right? I'm trying to calculate what is the node underscore, right? Let's call this underscore 1, right? So what's happening? In order to do that, I'm trying to basically evaluate this. I'm trying to evaluate this. So we get as a result a thing where field is of type, where field is node t. Let's call this lifetime 1. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, actually, this is already underscore 1, I'm pretty sure. And node underscore 1 is equal to this thing itself. Let's call this thing, you know, node underscore 1. So node underscore 1 is going to be equal to this. And this is node underscore 1. I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. Maybe I should somehow like give names to my like variables or whatever. But yeah, we begin the substitution. So I substitute the type shape where field is this defined at, wait, hold on, field is of type field is this variable, which is defined at hello world line 6 18 to 30, which is this thing and not that thing. Actually, maybe that's the problem. Well, that makes sense because this thing is another instantiation which we initialize to a separate variable first. Okay, fine. So 6259. So yeah, basically, yeah. So node 1 requires us like understanding what is node data of 1, right? So this is a separate variable. So for now, we just think that node 1 is equal. I mean, we just have these two separate variables. Then we are calculating node 1. And we say the node 1 is equal to this, and this is node data 1. Wait, no. Hold on. It's a little weird here. So I'm trying to evaluate node 1. This tries to evaluate this. That tries to evaluate node 1 again. And node 1 is currently being evaluated. So we just use the variable node 1. Okay, so I think it is still node 1. That's what's supposed to be happening. So this variable, I think, is that. So then, because I'm trying to substitute the binding, I'm replacing node 1 with a new variable, which let's call node 1 sub, right? So I'm substituting it temporarily. What kind of theory knowledge? What kind of theory knowledge am I lacking? I don't know, because I don't know the theory, right? Hello, Sir Elfman. If only I knew, but I lack the knowledge. Is there even theory knowledge? Well, I mean, yeah, there are books that are written which contain knowledge. Books and papers written by smart people. Like, I myself have no idea what theory stuff. Like parsing, maybe. No, parsing is solved for my language. I'm doing type inference currently, so like type theory and the type inference algorithms. That's what I'm working on right now, though. Right? Type theory bullshit stuff. I learned that stuff in school. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't learn anything. So I'm trying to reinvent the wheel here. Have you seen the PLDISE? No. 2 mouse tail, 4 mouse tail. In my opinion, it's all just simple stuff. The complicated stuff is with lowering and passes. Maybe. I don't know. But there is different type theories, right? Like, did you learn the dependent type theory? Do you like and stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think dependent types are like all on themselves are pretty easy. What about homotopy type theory? Do you know that? Homotopy type theory. In university, we start with calculator. Hello, Suchi Potrach. Stop distracting. He needs to fix the problem. Yeah. All right. Are you making your own language, Sir Alf? Too. A few Easter eggs before, quite fun. Programming, language design, and implementation stack exchange. No, I did not see that. Is that like a book? Or do you mean like the website where you can ask questions like Stack Overflow, but for language developers? I don't talk to other people. I'm too shy for that. I'm probably not going to ask my questions there. Mm, mm. Maybe some interesting typing algorithms I've seen in the wild are with WASM garbage collector. But they kind of fumbled those as well. Overcomplicated the whole spec. What's overcomplicated? What would you do differently there? I mean, I don't know really. I didn't look there much. He's literally writing 1 line per hour. My bad, Nigel. All right, hold on. Let's keep looking at the logs here. What's happening, right? So I'm trying to have node datum, node 1, node 1. So we are trying to substitute the node 1 for a thing, because we don't know if the node 1 is a variable that contains this t or not yet, right? Let's also make this u for thing, right? Because node 1 sub is supposed to be node 1 where t is substituted with 1. The spec allows for structural typing. If 2 types have the same shape, they are the same, and then added isorecursive types. The WebAssembly. Well, I mean, and why is that the overcomplication? Like, isn't the recursive types useful? Or are you saying that isorecursive is complexity? Like, I literally learned the term isorecursive yesterday when I was looking something up, so I don't really know much. Why would a VM need this complexity? Why does a virtual machine need types at all, I guess, right? So maybe there shouldn't be no types. Is that what you're saying? But if the types are there, then they should support recursive types too, right? Because types allow optimization, so that's important. That's why they want it. So is that complexity? That's why am I adding types to my language? Are languages that use types too complex, and you would rather use a language which is untyped? Is this supposed to be a 10,000 line compiler or like a 100,000 line? Currently, the amount of code that I have is 10,000. 13,000 lines of code. I don't think I will get to 100,000. What even is OOP? Object-oriented programming. Okay, hold on. I would believe optimizations when they actually get the optimizations people speak of. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's how assembly. I didn't think about it much. But the types in general in other languages are used for optimizations for sure, right? Like what? I know what to give as an example. Really, I was trying to think about something in C++. But I guess in Rust is easier. But because you have a type which is a reference, it means that it is not null, for example, and you can use that as an optimization of sorts, right? I don't know. So these optimization types are so lower. They're basically machine types in WebAssembly. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe WebAssembly does not need. But wait, but how can I have WebAssembly, like, what are the types in WebAssembly even? WebAssembly types. I thought that there's like 5 types, like an integer and like these things, and then a function reference, and that's it, right? Or do the function types actually define their parameter list? Okay. And then like, is there a type that is like a structure? Because I thought they were just using pointer, like in C, basically. And, like, things. Or is like the new thing where they added the garbage collected types. Yeah, it's the WASM GC. Yeah, it's because of the GC, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. But why do you need to define the entire structure for that still? Yeah, no. That's the recent addition, right? That they added. And they have, and that's how you have aggregate types. You actually define the structure of your struct. But that makes sense. Like, you need to define the structure because that's how the garbage collection, how the garbage collector knows what to track, right? Because if you don't specify the type, then the garbage collector doesn't know how to collect your structure. That actually makes sense, does it not? Stop transitioning to a robot? I'm sorry. But again, these are all isorecursive, so they can be inherited from one another. All right. What does isorecursive actually mean? I think in my language, what I'm doing is not isorecursive. I'm doing like the equirecursive stuff. But I didn't really dive deep. If they were equirecursive in WebAssembly specification, would that be simpler? You want to write my language in a new language, thinking of Gleam? I was actually thinking about this, right? Gleam is basically like OCaml, but maybe their tooling support is better. But I didn't really try it, so I don't really know. But yeah, like, just because of, like, if that's true, then it would be maybe better. And another language that probably is a good one to consider is F#. No recursive would be simpler, but you need recursive, right? You need recursiveness because you need recursive structure, and you need to describe your structure because that's how you tell the garbage collector what to track, right? So there is no way around it. Unless you do, like, what? Like just structural, like, thing, like dynamically typed types only. But since it's a WebAssembly, it's supposed to be like low level, which is why you give it the definition of the struct. It makes sense. It makes sense. Otherwise, there would be too much unnecessary, like, memory describing the struct layout in the like inline in the object itself, like JavaScript does or Python, right? Which would be costing performance and stuff. Anyway, field is node1 sub. Where am I? Let me try figuring this thing. Examples over here, right? Yeah. So I'm substituting this. Node1 sub. This one is number 6259. Node1 itself is no, 6259 is the node1, but then I created a new 6267. 6259. But wait, but 6259 is the thing that was created over here. Yes, that's the result of substitution of this thing. Okay. Yeah. And then they were united already. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You just keep the struct and array types, and that's it. You don't allow to inherit types from another. That's it. How do you write a recursive data structure then? If you like I don't understand. Like, if you don't have the recursive type in your type system, how do you write a recursive type? If you don't allow recursion, that's too limiting, no? Okay, 6267 is the thing. That I have created here, right? So the result of that is now this new thing. 6264. And then I need to substitute at line 6. I need to substitute 6267, which is the thing that I just created. I am trying to substitute that. And in order to substitute that, I'm creating a new variable. Okay, this actually makes sense. This actually makes sense, yes. And I do think that this is a problem. The problem is that why am I trying to substitute this? So once again, I am calling node with argument this. This calls that. This tries to do this and then substitute t with u. I mean, in this case, u is already the _1, so we're trying to substitute t with _1. Right? So, but in order to substitute, we need to wait for this to be calculated. But this thing is calculated as this, where this is substituted with tbean underscore. And when I'm doing that, I'm replacing this temporarily with a new not inferred variable. And then this new not inferred variable, because that substitution is happening here, that new not inferred variable is now trying to be substituted over here. And that's wrong. Now, this new not inferred variable is tried to be substituted here. Which creates a new variable. Because we still don't know what this is, I guess. And then we realize what this is, kind of, and we continue substituting. And what this is like this with this new variable. So over here now I'm trying to substitute that new variable with t being equal my argument. And then it happens recursively. I think I think I understand what's happening here. Finally, I think I understand my bug. But how do I fix it? That's another question. How hard is it to make a compiler? Is it an actual language or just a program? A compiler is just a program, I guess, that is compiling an actual language, usually. It depends on the language. It depends what you're compiling into. It should field A as void star, finish evaluating the type of A, and you're done. So the reason you cannot treat field A as void star, Sir Elf, is because how do you delete your data structure? I guess, right? How do you free memory? How do you free memory? Keeping the pointer around is not the problem. How do you free memory? In order to free the memory behind the pointer, you need to know the inner types, because freeing the memory is not just like a free call, because we're not doing C, because that's not enough. We also need to walk the references that the pointer is pointing to, right? But how do you walk those references? In order to do that, you need to know the type. So void star is not enough, because that doesn't give you information how to walk the references, yes. Right? Void star is lowering at compile time, you know that. Well, yes, the compile time of WebAssembly, which is why that types are part of the WebAssembly, because that's what you're trying to compile. You try to compile the WebAssembly to like the the lower stuff. You cannot keep that information just in the original language outside of the WebAssembly, because the WebAssembly is the language that is doing the garbage collection, right? The garbage collection is not written in the original language, but in the virtual machine. So in order for the virtual machine to know how to work, the virtual machine needs to know about the types. That's why it's part of the WebAssembly spec. So you just have a thing called forward decl A in WASM, which is not what they did. They make you put everything into an isorecursive group, which is insanity. Did you read about the reasoning? Like, you can probably read through the discussion why they did that. Whatever that means, put everything into the isorecursive group. It's for a linear probe optimization. Okay. But like if you say forward decl A, that still means that you have recursive types, right? So you are arguing that the easiest part would be to leave the recursive types completely out of it, but forward declaring would still give you recursive types, right? So they would still be there. So you cannot get away without recursive types at all. Maybe like their implementation with isorecursive groups or whatever is like something more. Does the code run? Which code? This code on the screen? Yeah, it's running, but it's running forever currently, which is the bug. Recursive types are not complex as long as they are not generic, right? Well, I mean, yes. So right now, I literally have the problem with generic recursive types, with generic mutually recursive types. That's my example here that is not working. If we try an example with the recursive types here without using generics, then everything works. And actually, since I'm not doing any progress, let me I guess do as I originally planned, and I'm just going to ignore this issue. I don't know. I'll need to like think about it more, maybe off stream or something. I think I understand my problem. You'll just put a depth limit to recursive generics analysis and call it a day? Is that what I should do? Just put a depth limit? Wait, that's maybe is a thing, yeah. But the problem is that wait, is that in? If I just put a depth limit here. Also heard TypeScript talk about this, about the depth limit, but like what I'm trying to do here, this is the substitution. And my substitution is like like I need to walk my type and substitute, but the problem is maybe the problem, wait, yes, no, hold on. If it's a valid recursive generic, it will hold at some point unless it's mega dib and a no base case generic. Okay. But is there like a proper like solution? This feels like a hack. If this even can work. How do I make it work? Okay, fine. That's a good suggestion though. Just to put in the limit to the recursion. Graph coloring is the solution. Oh my god. Okay. So I mean, yeah, we can represent this as a wait, but nah. Graph coloring. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, maybe. That's PhD stuff. Okay, sure, let's see. So if I just do the limit of the thing, then what's going to happen? Then what is going to happen? I'm just going to, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I guess I just don't do this. If I am this, if I am like certain depth. Okay. Which is not going to go deeper. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's try this. Let's try this. That's actually a very good idea. I like it. Why did I know? Like, why are you, like, okay, yeah. Like, how did you come up with that? You said you just limited. How does is this part of the theory? Just limited, and like TypeScript does the same. You say. And C++ does the same. You don't think it's part of type school? So like, yeah. I mean, technically I could have come up with this trick myself. I don't know. Yeah. I just didn't think about it. And I didn't know how other languages implement themselves. So yeah, I didn't know that anyone is doing it already. Do functional languages do that too? I don't know. Like, does Haskell do that? Yeah, like C++ does have like relatively basic, but I mean, it is relatively basic, but like technically just for the types it kind of works the same as I do here, I think. Like, this is not even, yeah, like the problem that I have right now would be very similar in C++, I guess. All right. Okay, so we have the context, and I guess over here, the context is going to then store. Okay, let's just have the type context. Okay, so subs is subvars, span is span, and then another part of the context then is going to be the depth, right? Just an integer, sure. Nice. Let's new context is subs is inference var map create span. Guess that needs span, and depth is 0. Okay. The language is called cast. The one that I'm making, yes. Okay, so new context. Let's just say context. Here, there's going to be context span. Depth means there is a tree here. It's not necessarily a tree, I guess. I mean, it's kind of is a tree, right? Like we have I mean, yeah, it's a tree. I guess it's a tree. It's an infinite tree, right? Yeah. Although, can it be just in a cyclic graph? Or can it be just yeah, can it be just any, like it doesn't, it's not even a cyclic, it's any graph, right? It's not necessarily a tree. Yeah. Yeah. We just have the recursion limit here. The proper solution is to do the thing that tracing garbage collectors do. Maybe like mark everything first and then go whatever. I don't know, it's also like I'm doing it kind of like in an async way, this stuff, so like my structure is changing as I'm performing the substitution, which is what like and like yeah, I don't know, it's like weird here. Context context subs. I don't even know like if like what I call substitution is called substitution in like the theory. But what's like, so I have generics, right? So that you maybe understand what I'm doing here. I have generic types, and generics are just basically like functions which return types, right? So it's like I'm calling a function and then I need to substitute in the result the all of the occurrences of like my argument with the actual value that I supplied as when I instantiating the generics, right? I think it would it's probably like the same in the actual theory or whatever. Context subs. So this context is going to be info create new context span. Okay, so this is going to be still the same, right? I did not limit. I changed my hello. Oh yeah, I was just like typing some random things here. Could not find one in scope. Yeah, this should be underscore. Okay, there we go, infinite recursion. Let's see. So where would I increase my current depth? And where I decrease it then, right? Literally, like it's all about the variables. That's where the recursion can happen, only in this place. So this is me going deeper, right? With context. It'd be like a different context, or do I mutate that variable? I'm not sure yet. This goes deeper. But then over here, when I return, it should be the original one. No, I think I need to create like a new one. Here, so context sub vars span int. Yeah, I guess I literally say go deeper context. Let's have this. Go deeper. context is like context with depth b context depth plus 1, just this. Okay, and now we can check the depth then, right? So I do this only if I'm not too deep. Okay, once inferred. Yeah, I only do this if I'm not too deep. Well, I mean, I do all of this is not too deep, right? Otherwise, if I am too deep, I just return the original variable. There is nothing to substitute. Right? Right, I do think that is correct. So I just say that if context depth is more than, you say 20? I don't know if 20 is enough for me. I have like maybe too many variables sometimes. Let's do 100 for now. I don't know. 32. I mean, it like I have a lot of intermediate variables which like maybe don't really need to be there. Maybe like because of that. Although, yeah, no, maybe no, maybe. Fine. 32 is the C++. Then I just return the original value. Otherwise, I do all of that. Make sure to increase the stack size if needed. I'm doing no camel. I have not experienced these stack problems here at all yet. We like it does tail recursion all the time. Okay, so the thing finished. Does it work though? If it works, then like, right. We needed you earlier, Sir Elf. We needed you to speak that idea earlier. I have wasted like 10 hours or something on this problem already. So generic types are not a tree structure, which is why they cannot go to its root. Huh? I don't know how to answer that question. Also, this is an error state. I'm not sure if you think otherwise. Wait, are you saying that if I go too deep, then I throw an error? Because I'm not doing that. I'm doing instead, I'm just not doing the substitution. So I keep the variable as is. But no, because the code that I'm writing right now is supposed to compile. So if I throw an error, then it means that my valid code that I'm trying to make compile is not going, maybe like, I don't know. Let me just try to see if it works on the actual like thing then. So what I'm trying to do is I was trying to implement a trip over here. Let's just copy this code and go back to hello over here and use std prelude star. So like a trip. Could not find RNG in scope. Yeah, this should be std RNG. Field priority is not there. Root dot priority. Priority is not there. Priority. We have a typo. I see that. Okay, and then we have a type check failed. T is not equal to T. If you want no error, then yes, you need graph theory. Okay. But at least like I'm not like recursing forever, which is really nice, right? Yeah. So at least I can see some issue. Type failed. T is not equal to T over here. Down. This is just a stopgap for thing. Yes. No, no. I guess we're talking about different things maybe then. It says t is not equal to t. Let me maybe yeah, so I have the language server then, and then it's telling me t is not equal to t over here. T is not equal to t. Let's rename this t then to be merge t. Right, so this is going to say that t is not equal to merge t. So where's the t then? This is going to be count t. This is going to be singleton t, and this is like node t, and this is like node data t. Let's see, t is not t because I stopped prematurely. Yeah. So that makes sense that it's not equal, because like at some point I needed to substitute this with merge t, I guess, right? But because I stopped, can I check that the code is sound? That the code that I'm trying to type check over here? I'm pretty sure that this code is correct. But yeah, the problem is that like at some point I'm just stopping to substitute the bindings, and the thing remains the thing which is not even in scope here, right? So count t is not the t that is from the current generic function. So maybe, wait, maybe it's just, you know, maybe it's just at this point it should always type check, you know? So like what I'm doing right now, if depth is more than 32, then I return the original value. But what I can do is I can return a new not inferred value, so that it matches anything, you know? That's another way to that I can do on the thing. So span like that. Right, but I'll some other link and see what they do. Let's see. Okay, this seems like I did not have any errors. Let's see. So okay, so we have a trip data structure where I can merge the two trips together, and it seems to type check right now. Can I see what's the right data? Right data is this. Okay. Merge t recursive, and it's like recurses into itself properly. So I think this is properly recursive type. Okay. I think I did something. Whatever you're doing is novel. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that whatever I'm doing is novel. I don't think whatever I'm doing is novel, really. But I am doing a thing where the compiler is the interpreter, so that I can drive the compile time evaluation using that, and like, you know. This isn't going to work. What's not going to work? Coq still defining its name for the serious proof tool. They changed the name. They changed the name to Rock. Now they're no longer Cox. They are now Rocks. Formerly named Coq. Depth limit is merely an error state. Well, I mean, yeah. So like at some point I will have the actually like deep structures. So yeah. So, but then I can just increase the depth limit, right? I mean, I only need the depth for the actual recursion, you know? Sometimes you actually, like, what I'm limiting is the depth of the data structure, not the depth of recursive data structure, you know? Because we don't know which one is actually the recursion. Do I have a simpler example that uses the depth limit? What do you mean? I did not use the depth limit before you came today to my stream at all. How about I just try to actually construct a trip and then print it? How about that? You know, let's do like it's simple example that can exercise the depth limit idea. Yeah, I had it earlier on screen. Maybe I already removed it though. But it was just like a type that contains itself. Yeah, like two mutually recursive types is what was causing my bug. Like it literally was on the screen a second ago. Maybe just do Control Z here. Yeah, this thing. This is this over here. Let's copy it to a new file so that maybe like new file. Mutually recursive generic types. Right? Something like this. Let's put it to the workspace so that the language server works for it. So yeah, this is the thing, right? So we have just the type, which is generic type. It contains a single field, which is of the other generic type, and the other generic type is literally over here is just a type alias. So basically, this is a struct which contains a single field, which is of the type that is itself, right? This is the minimal example that reproduces my my thing, my problem here. And I like it doesn't reproduce if I use only one type here. So it needs to go through an indirection here because now there's two substitutions that are happening, one substitution here and one over here. If this makes any sense. Let me try now that potentially the bug is fixed or like hacked around. How about I try to print the trip? So let's write a function, iterate, I guess, iterate over a trip. So we have the like stuff, you know, which is node t, and this just doesn't return anything, right? So what do I need to do here? I'm just going to match v with it's either empty, right? It's either empty, then I don't do anything, and if it is an actual thing which has all the fields, then I need to iterate data left and iterate data right. And then in the middle, I'm going to... Oh, yeah, and then we also need the function, the consumer, which is of type t into unit. And then we just call the function using data value. Right? Type check failed. Why does it fail the type check here? This over here is iter t2, but this should be inferred automatically. Type check failed. Empty is not equal to... Oh, yes, because I need to iterate using the function, right? Like this. Yeah, I need to give it the function as an argument, not just the thing. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, nice. And then let's try to actually use this, right? So this is going to be the trip, which is this module, right? And then I say something like trip.singleton 1. So like that's my trip, right? And then let's just do what is it saying? Oh, it's just my language server is really slow. My bad. And then let's just do v into let's just do trip iterate v and std dbg print. So we just print all the things one in line, right? That's what I want. What are you saying? It worked, but let's remove all these logs. I feel like Oppenheimer with this hack suggestion. It's printed 1, right? So like the code works. I don't see any type errors. So yeah, let's now try to so like how do I do this? Like I need to do trip dot merge singleton 1 and trip singleton 2. So this is going to create singleton. Okay, so this prints 1 and 2, obviously, right? That makes sense. And then let's do another merge then. Merge this and another singleton 3. Is that going to work? I mean, there's no reason for it not to work, right? So it just should print 1, 2, 3 basically here. Yes, and it prints 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I mean, I don't like what do I actually test for here? Yeah. I can also just try to do this, let's do std dbg print the v itself, right? And then we're going to iterate, right? Just print the actual data structure. So here's what my data structure actually looks like. Let's also remove these IDs when I'm printing everything. Print ID, there's something is true or, right? Let's only print IDs if things are recursive. So so there you go. That's what I have constructed. I've constructed a thing where we have the value 2 in the root of the tree, and then the left subtree contains the 1, and the right subtree contains the value 3. And this is like supposed to be RNG. So like sometimes the root is value 1, sometimes the root is value 3, sometimes like because the priorities that I use for the heap part are RNG. So, but the iteration order is still the same. Do we count this as success? I think this is actually success. What kind of code design are you going for? What kind of designs are there in general? I don't know. This works. But the question is this potentially going to give me like false positives where my code like type checks where it should not type check? That's probably what's going to happen, right? Because I'm literally saying that I'm ignoring the errors if the deepness is too deep. So I need to like construct an example for that. So probably it's really nice to like create the example. Let's move this to the standard library then, because I was just writing code in hello but let's move this to the actual standard library trip. So I was going to just implement the lists using trips for now, right? That was my plan, so that I can use that with like fast indexing. I still need to like implement the splitting for the trip so that we can do like the indexing properly. So right now I can only construct the values and not like query them. But that's probably going to work easily. So std should now have a trip included. Right, examples hello. Now let's do examples trip. Maybe. And I'm going to do that. Trip. Use std prelude that trip. I need to like support it in my workspace so like that the language server picks up the new files automatically. I need to like support the wildcard here. Examples, trip ks. um Where's my language server? There you go. It's not trip, it's I mean it is trip, right? I just say use std collections trip, right? That's what I do. And you see like did you see how slow the like the line that is showing the error? What is this? Count empty or cons, empty or cons, empty or cons. I'm printing. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. This type is not actually recursive. Nice type. Yeah, I think I did it wrong. It feels like it thinks that like all these things are different, which is wrong. What? Hello world, trip. Okay, yeah. Maybe this doesn't fix the bug. I need to see. Is the bug fixed? Limit recursion, limit depth on substitution. Okay. Change count t to t. You're right. Yeah. I mean, it like helps to see the actual error. If there is an error, I guess. Like instead of saying t is not equal to t, it would like say different types actually, right? But we can rename this sure to t, or rename this singleton t to t, rename node t to t, rename that to t. Sure, we can do that. Merge t to t. Also maybe like cons. I don't like cons. Let's call this node instead of cons. I like that my LSP can do renaming. This is the best feature. Rename script stuff. Having the ability to rename things is just so good. And go into definition. So like, wait, so they're saying that count. So the type of this is that what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 levels of recursion. Our points. Wait, what do you, but can you try running code with depth 9? Trip depth 9? Well, I mean, at runtime, the interpreter is not going to have any problem, right? Because it's not going to change the type checking at all. That has nothing to do with type checking and substitution, you know? Trip depth 9 is going to, like, work well, because that's only going to happen at runtime and not at compile time. Like, you know? We need to have, like, a recursion 9 of, like, the types, to see what's going to happen. What about the type of merge? Like, you see the type of merge is correct because this is saying recursive, right? The type of merge is correct. It's using all the same type, which is like just a single level of recursiveness, right? The type of iterate also feels like it's correct, right? It takes this. Wait, no, it's not. It's also like, wait, hold on. This also is not correct. It says that the type of left and right are like the same, but this type is not equal to this outer type, which is supposed to be the same type. So it's also not exactly correct here. Trip is another data structure, yeah. So yeah, this is wrong. It allows me to write code though, which is nice, right? So we can write code ignoring the like type, the types being a little weird. Is it because like node T is that, right? Is that so? Like let's say this. If I let's go to hello, right? Let underscore be of type std collections trip std like int32, right? Something like that. Yes, that's what I want. And now I want to see what the type is actually being inferred here. Come on. Also, I probably like I'm leaking memory right now like crazy, right? What's the amount of RAM that I'm using? I'm using 10 gig. Oh, wait, actually, I'm not using that much RAM. It's just really slow my my LSP, I guess. Maybe because it's doing like this recursion, that takes a lot of time, like everywhere. The type is error. Expected a type got error. Expected a generic. It's trip.t, I guess. Trip.node or whatever. Less RAM than Spotify or Slack, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, this type is incorrect, right? Just like the node itself is inferred to be incorrect. The yeah, because when I was substituting, I created a bunch of new variables and I didn't unify them or something. I can figure out why though this is like that. I feel like this should still not be the case. What the hell is happening in this side of the world? Hello. Back to the drawing board. No, I feel like I can like Well, I mean, yeah, it's because I'm returning a new variable. Is it a regular HM style or do you have fancy features? I don't know. I don't know theory, as you can see in my stream title, so I don't really know what is a fancy feature. And as far as I have heard, Hindley-Milner type system doesn't even support recursive types at all, right? So, like the basic algorithm W doesn't do recursion. So that's at least a fancy feature, right? And then we have generics. I mean, Hindley-Milner does do polymorphic types already. Yeah. We don't have let polymorphism. So like we remove that from the HM, but then we add like recursive things, I guess. Damn. Trip is a binary search tree and parents are higher value than children. There are two values. Trip is a binary search tree over value 1 and a heap where parents are higher value than the children in terms of value 2. So there is two values in every node that we store. Without let polymorphism, does HM even mean anything? Yeah, I guess. This is Cass. Remember bumping into it? Fun project. Yeah, it's like starting to work somewhat, but I'm going to use it for the advent of code. I just have a little bit of the trouble with my recursion, with my recursive types. This is like it's like you know you see what's happening here instead of like doing the correct thing. Yeah. But I think in general, maybe I don't know. Like I cannot really say that it's fixed. We do a question mark here, I suppose. And I will see if I can fix this other thing too. Just curious, is this like a PhD level of computer science knowledge required to make this? I think like if you want to do what I'm trying to do properly, like I want to have like dependent types and all of this like stuff. I feel like all the people that are doing that do have PhDs. I don't. Retract prediction. Do I not give you the points? I mean, I don't know. Like it's not really like fixed, but it's like it's hacked around. Just retract the prediction, sure. How do I do that? Boom, 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 boom. Do you remember what language it was written when you saw it? OCaml? Yeah. It's definitely not fully correct. Well, I mean, yeah, not fully correct. Sure. I don't even know how to do that, though. Can you do that yourself? Prediction. Oh, yeah. Choose outcome. No, I don't choose the outcome. What do I do? Delete? Is that going to give you your points back? Delete. You will remove prediction. Viewers will no longer be able to contribute towards it. Voters will not be saved, and all channel points will be returned to the viewers. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Delete and return points. That's what it says, the button. There you go. I'm just going to rest, and yeah, I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow, so I guess next stream is probably going to be on the advent of code, and we can probably ignore this problem that I still have and just write some advent of code stuff. The first day is going to be easy to solve, right? So we'll see if the language is ready for that, even with the bugs. Wait, Jorma? Who's Jorma? Mm-hmm. Jorma is offline. Germanite 85, what are they doing? I don't know them. Making a language too? Withering Rooms? They're playing game. Not doing programming. It's still useful without let polymorphism. I saw like a paper that says that let polymorphism is like basically like unnecessary complication, right? So it complicates the things a lot. Let polymorphism. Let polymorphism. Usefulness of let polymorphism. Is this one? Let should not be generalized. There we go. I've not read this, I only read the title of this, but basically, let polymorphism bad. So we do explicit polymorphism instead, with some type annotations, and like similarly to that, we don't aim to infer all the types, right? We still want, so like that's not really the goal. If we just need some annotation somewhere, that's fine. Simon Peyton Jones is Haskell author. Yeah. Let's trade someone who's doing like at least some coding. I don't even know what the game is here. Not only not reading the abstract, title is enough. No, I think I read the abstract actually. I just didn't read it fully. I opened that a while ago. I don't remember how much I read. Any new people who are making their own languages, or did I follow them all already? I don't think anyone is streaming right now doing a compiler or whatever. Alright. See you guys next time. Some Linux development for you. Bye.